All right. Today we will build a full stack Next.js habit tracker application using the latest version of Next.js and just your local storage. Eventually we'll connect this to a convex database and maybe add a few more features, but for right now, we're just going to use local storage and the Next, or excuse me, and React's context API to kind of create our own local storage and local database to store our habits. But basically, what we have is the ability to create, update, delete, and read any habits that we want to keep track of to improve or to just kind of monitor on a daily basis. So the way it works is you will create a new habit by clicking on the new habit button. Excuse me, let me say that again. So the way you create a habit is by clicking on the new habit button. From here, we have a model that will pop up with a glass tint background, if you will. And we have a model that has a title that reads add new habit. And we just have a input and the ability to save. So we'll create the habit of exercising and we'll click save habit. We get a little notification from Sonar that states that we've created a new habit. And you should have also noticed that there was a loading animation while the habit was being created just to improve the user experience. So now that we have the habit created, it is now in the weekly table view. Here we have the ability to just update the habit by day. So let's just say we wanted to start exercising and we did it on Monday, Tuesday, and we haven't did it today. Well, we'll say that we did it this morning. So now we're able to track that as of this week, we have exercised on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And I just have a test listed here. So we'll remove tests by clicking on delete, which will be the D within the CRUD functionality. And we just completed the C for creating. As you can see, once we click on the trash can icon, the row immediately deletes. And now we're just down to one habit that we're tracking. We can toggle between views by clicking on the tab on hover. You can see that we now have the list view that is highlighted to indicate that we're hovering over it. If we click on it, we go to a different view. On this view, we can see that we've completed exercises 43% of the week, and we have the days highlighted or indicated right here. This is being managed. This is being captured by state management with local storage so that as we change views or change routes, we still have the same information that's carrying over from page to page. Here on this view, we have the name of the habit and just a little water emoji as an indicator. And this status bar indicates the amount of time or how quick or how much of the habit we've completed in a 7-day period. So far we've completed 43%. If we click on this habit, the name, we have a individual habit page and we can see that it is loading now. And maybe once we build this, we'll add a little loading animation. But on this view, we have the monthly view and we can see the monthly details for the exercise and habit. So far, we can see that we've completed 3 of 30 days, which is 10%. And I have some conditional rendering that just gives a little message to say, hey, let's bounce back next month or let's keep going or great job, just depending upon how many times we've completed that habit. So again, this is just a quick, simple CRUD project. And on this view and on the prior view as well, we have the ability to toggle between months. So as you can see, we haven't done anything in May and we didn't track anything in the month of March. But let's go back and let's add something for the month of March. And we'll go to the weekly view and we'll just change the calendar view by week. So right now we're on the week of April 6th, March 30th. So I'll just add a few updates to the habit tracker to indicate that we exercise on these 4 days. And if I refresh the screen, you see that it is now showing in the month of March that we have 4 days that we exercised out of 31, and we're just saying that, hey, let's continue to bounce back. But let's add a few more to change the rendering of the message, just to show you what it looks like. I think that should be enough. Solid start. Let's keep going because we've completed 14 of 31, 45%. So if you're looking to just get some practice with building a more modern UI and also some JavaScript with conditional rendering, building a full stack project, not requiring a database, you're just using local storage, this is a great video for you. And the way we're going to build the project, it's going to be easy to integrate Convex by just making a couple quick changes. So hopefully you'll find some value in the video. But with that said, we'll jump in and get started. All right. So on a open directory on my desktop, or excuse me, in VS Code, have my text editor here. I'm just going to click on open folder, and I'm going to add a new folder to the desktop, and we'll just call it habit tracker. Feel free to name yours whatever you like, and we'll store our project in this directory. And I will hit Control J to bring up the terminal. And I'm going to install the latest version of Next. We'll say npx create next app at latest, space then dot to install it in the current directory. For the project, we'll say yes to TypeScript, yes to ESLint, yes to Tailwind, no to the SRC, yes to the app router, no to the turbo pack, no to the import alias. And we'll give it a few minutes to finish installing. Okay. So great, that has now been installed. I think what I want to do first is capture some boiler code. And we won't worry about it. We'll go ahead and update the package.json so that this project is compatible with the dependencies that we'll be using. So inside of the package.json, we'll add an object named package manager, and then it will set the npm to be at 10.5.2. Yep. And we'll also add overrides. We'll say React, $React. We'll add another key of React DOM. We'll set that to React DOM. And then finally, we'll go next, $next. And this is just setting the overrides for the project and distinguishing the package manager. So it is compatible with the dependencies that we'll need to install to use throughout the project. So that's perfect. It's saved, no typos. And we'll just close that out. Next, I'm going to remove the boiler code from the page.tsx. So I'll just come over, collapse this div, delete it. We'll add a new div. Just add home page inside of it. Remove the image import because we don't need it. And then I also like to just set the height and the width of the page and reduce the text size. So we'll go to the global.css and remove this code from the root. And we'll go HTML, body, root, and .app. I want to set the height to 100%, the width to 100%, and we'll say at apply text. I want to set it to small. Okay, looks good. All right, now let's just make sure that it is working. So we'll close out the page.tsx and go back to the terminal. And we'll type in npm run dev. Give it a moment. And mine will be starting on localhost 3001. Just open the browser. All right. So we are up and going. So I think what I want to do first, since we don't have to worry about setting up any databases or anything, I'm going to start with the home page layout of the project. So on the home page, and we'll delete this for now, what we have is the header with logo. We have a calendar toggle to a weekly calendar toggle, excuse me, and then we have the tabs or the home page laid out in tabs that we can toggle between the list and weekly view. So what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and build or add the header with logo first, and then the calendar toggle, And then from there, we'll begin to set up the context API with local storage so we can add the CRUD functionality, and then we'll build out the rest of the UI. So we'll go ahead and get started on that now. Excuse me. So in the root directory, let's just go ahead and organize the routes. So we'll add a directory, a grouping directory, which is done so by parentheses enclosing the name of that route. So we'll call it website and just make sure it's enclosed in parentheses. So now next we'll ignore this as a route. And then within it, we'll just drag the page.tsx. This is going to represent the home page. And we'll select yes to that. Update the imports for the page.tsx. Select yes. And with the routes, we only have two routes, this home view and the individual habit view. We already have the home route set up here. So we'll add a route named habit. And so that it is dynamic, it needs to be enclosed in brackets. So we'll go open bracket, ID, close bracket. And then inside of that route, we'll add a file named page.tsx. And just to have this page established, I'm going to just add a little boiler code. And if you're using VS Code and you have the snippet, the React snippet extension installed, you should be able to do this as well. But we'll just say RFCE. And I'll just name this single habit page and click save. And for right now, we'll just close this out. We'll also need to set a layout within this grouping. We could use the main layout.tsx, but I don't necessarily like to add styling to that file. I like to have a separate route. So let's just click on the current layout.tsx. I'm just going to copy the TypeScript portion of the layout that needs to be passed in just to make sure we minimize any potential errors. And we'll click no to that. Close out this next directory. And then inside of the website grouping route, we'll add a file named layout.tsx. We'll use the RFC snippet to create a function. And then inside of the parentheses, we're just going to paste in this information. And this is just saying that we're going to pass in children to this layout. And this is just the React node that needs to distinguish that these are JSX elements that are going to be passed into this layout. And then we'll remove the layout coding from the div, add parentheses, and pass in children. Save this file, close it out. And then now we're ready to add the styling to our homepage. So what I'm going to do is we'll just set this so we can see what we're building. There we go. Hope that's easy to see. We can actually move this over a little bit. Okay. So we'll close this out. So in the root directory, we'll add a folder named components. We'll add a folder inside of it named header. And inside of components, we'll also add UI. In the directory named header, let's add a file named header.tsx. And just to get the header on screen, we'll use the RFC snippet. change the name of the component to header, but with a capital H. We'll save it. Go back into the website directory in the layout.tsx file. Let's import that header that we just created. So we'll go import header and just make sure it's coming from @/components/header. And then slightly above, well, right above the children inside of the div, inside of the return statement, we'll go ahead and bring in the header, save it, and we'll just refresh the page. And we now see that we have a header on screen from the imported header that we just brought in. So that's perfect. So let's go ahead and begin to change the color and add a little bit more to the project. And inside of this return statement in the layout.tsx, we'll go class name and we'll set the height to full and we'll set the background color to neutral 950. We see the colors now updated. And what I want is a grid layout. I like to have these items in a grid. It gives some automatic responsiveness. So what I'll do is inside of the return statement, or inside of the div, excuse me, I'm going to copy the header and children, or highlight and copy it, delete it, and let's add another div. We'll give it a class name, and we want to set it to grid. We want the grid columns to be 1, and we want the rows to be 12. We'll set the height to full, and not columns, should be rows. Hit save, and just to make sure this is working, I'll paste this in, and I'll set the background color of this to orange 400, and we see a change. And you see it automatically defaulted to the header being in 1 row and homepage being in, and homepage being in 11 rows. So, but we'll make sure that we distinguish it in just a moment. So let's go ahead and remove this background color. And inside of this div, right above the header, we'll add another div, and we'll give this a class name with grid columns. We'll distinguish it to 1, and we want the row to span 1 column. Well, excuse me, we want it to span 1 row, excuse me. So now we can remove this header and paste it into this div. We'll click save. I know it can't really see it just yet, but we have the header there and the home page there. And then now let's remove or highlight the children, delete it. Let's add a main tag, paste the children back in. We'll give the main tag a class name of grid columns. We want it to span, I'm sorry, this should be span column 1. And this should also be span column 1, sorry. Just realized that. There we go. And then we want the row to span 11. We'll click save, and just to see what it looks like, we'll set this background color to amber 300 and set this background color to blue 300. Click save. And then now we see where we have the rows distinguished. We have this in blue and then this in the amber. Perfect. So we'll just remove this and remove this. There we go. So now we can begin to style this header. we'll close out the layout. We're done with it for right now. Eventually, we'll need to wrap the app with the context API, but we don't necessarily need it right now. So back in the header, the only thing our header has for right now is a logo. We could add a theme toggle here later, or authentication. We could show a signed in user with maybe an emoji or their image from Google. But for right now, we just have the logo on the far left. So the only thing we need is just to build a logo component. So inside of the components directory, inside of UI, let's add a file named logo.tsx. We'll use the RAFCE snippet to create a logo component. And then for right now, let's just go ahead and import this inside of the header. Logo. I'm sorry. What I did, if you're using IntelliSense if you're using the IntelliSense with VS Code, if you do the less than bracket, begin to type out the name of the component, you should get the path of that particular file name that's installed within the project. And that's what I just leveraged now. So I'll just show you what it looks like. Logo, less than logo. And you can see that this is coming from /UI/logo. And just import it. Click save. And you can see it there on screen, just so we can see it a little better. Change this class name text white. There we go. All right, so for right now, I'm going to leave that as is. Let's just style the header, and then we'll work on styling the logo. Okay, I'm going to highlight and copy, delete this logo component, remove the div, and change it to header. And then inside of header, add one more div and paste back in the logo, click save, and perfect. It is still there. So for the header, we'll give it a class name of width of full and set the height to full. And so we can see it a little better, I'll set the background color to pink 300. There we go. And then let's style this div by giving it a class name of flex. We'll set the height to full, the item centered, the margins to auto. And I want to set the maximum width of this to screen large. And on small device, well, we could just set the padding to 4, padding on the X to 4, sure. And it shouldn't matter. We will leave it like that. We'll click save, and we notice that the logo moved from the top to kind of centered here in the header. And just to show you what it looks like, we'll remove this, and we see that here's where the logo was placed. And just so you can see what we just updated, we'll go Amber 500. And then now you can see that this is taking up all of the space, and we've centered the logo in this particular row. So we'll remove this, and we are done with the header. We can close out this file. Now we'll focus on styling the logo. And if you look at it, it is just a icon that has a specific color, and then we have a gradient color logo that we're starting with one color and then transitioning to another. So we'll take advantage of that now. So we do want to bring in an icon that's going to represent the logo for our website, and the icons we're using are Lucid React. So in the terminal, we'll type in npm I Lucide React. Yep, Lucid React, and press enter. Okay, we can close that out. So we'll start by importing a icon, and we'll be using um, let's see, React. There we go. And then we'll bring in the sparkle icon. Inside of the return statement, let's just remove this div, and we'll type another div. Add a class name of flex. We'll set the items to centered. Give it a gap of 1. Set the text to white. Font will be bold. And we'll set the text to, we'll go with extra large. Click save. We can't see anything just yet, but we'll add the sparkle icon. We'll give it a class name of text blue 500. And then we'll set the width to 4 and the height to 4. Close the icon. And there we see it on screen. We'll make it a little bigger, width 5 and the height of 5, sorry. Okay. Yeah, it should be better to see. Okay, then we'll add a span underneath the sparkle icon, and we'll just name the project the post track. There we go. And we can see that logo on screen. And we'll give the span a class name of background gradient. And we want it dash to the right. And we'll go from blue 500 to via Cayenne, excuse me. We'll go 400, and then we'll say to green 400. We'll set the text to transparent, and then add bg-clip text. Click save, and then there we have the logo. We see the color is now updated. We'll click save, and now we are, we'll click save, and now we're done with the logo. Next up, we'll focus on the calendar toggle component. We see we have a little gradient hover effect when we hover over the previous and next indicators. And then we see that we have the week of, so we'll go ahead and set that component now. Inside of the components directory, inside of UI, let's add a file named calendar view.tsx. We'll go ahead and click on the page.tsx file. For right now, let's just create a quick component. We'll name it calendar view. Click save. And then we want to bring it into the home page. So we'll go ahead and bring that in. But before we do that, let's add a little bit of styling to the overall layout so that we can see the structure just a tad better. So we'll replace this div with main, and we'll give it a class name of min height screen. We'll set the background to neutral 950. We'll set the text to white. And we'll add another div with a class name of max width of auto, which is the margins. We'll go max width screen large, give some padding on the X of 4. On large devices, we'll set the padding on the X to 0. And we'll say space on the Y of 4. Let's just add something on screen. Home page. All right, so now we see the padding, we see on the X and also on some space on the Y. And if we expand the window, we see that the maximum width is now set to large. Great. Now let's go ahead and import the calendar component that we just created. So at the top of the file, we'll go ahead and bring in or type in import and calendar view. And as soon as you type CA, it comes up at /component/UI. So that's the correct component. And then we'll go calendar view. This probably should have named this as more of a navigation, but we'll keep it as calendar view. It's fine. Click save, and then we see it on screen. So first thing we'll need to do is inside of the calendar view component, let's go ahead and mark this as a client-side file because we'll be using some React hooks in it. So we'll bring in or type use client directive at the top. We'll also need the icons to help us with the indicators to go previous and next. So we'll go import from Lucia React, and we're importing the chevron left and right. Now, to help us with the actual calendar itself, we could build this out, but there's a nice lightweight package that we can use to help us with the calendar view that makes it very, very simple, and it is called Day.js. I'll include the link to it in the description if you want to check out and take a look at some of the features. But to install it in the terminal, to install it inside of the terminal, go ahead and type in the command npm day.js and press enter. Okay, so we can close out the terminal. And then inside of the calendar view component. Let's go ahead and bring in day.js. So we'll go import day. Yep, we see it there. And what we're using is day.js. So let's clean this up a little bit. Actually, can remove this. Okay, so first we'll need to set the interface because we will be using this as a prop and we're going to pass in some information. So we'll set the interface and we'll name this calendar view props. What we'll be passing into this is two things. The first one is the selected week, which is going to represent the week that we are going to start with, and we're going to use day.js for that. That's going to just basically default to the current week of that we're in. So that'll be your selected week start. And then we'll need to pass in set select week start. And we'll set it equal to the date. And we'll be using day.js for that. So basically what this is doing is just saying that we're going to use this to help us toggle the starts or help us see and toggle the start, the current week that we're in, and then also toggle to the previous week or the prior week or the next week, just based upon what it is that we're trying to do. So let's go ahead and pass this into the component. So we'll add the brackets, and just so you can see it a little better, we'll set selected select did week start. Pass that in, fix this name. There we go. So now we know we'll need to update the calendar view component. And what we'll need to do is we're going to use some state management to capture that from the user on the actual home page. So we'll update this page.tsx file to start out with to use client. And we'll also import use state. And this is going to come from React. And we already have our calendar view imported. So inside of the return statement, inside of the home component or home function, let's go ahead and bring in that use state. So we'll create a const and we can set it equal to use state. And for right now, I'm just going to pass in the empty brackets. And what we want to capture is the selected week. So we'll say selected week start. And then we want to go set selected week start. Perfect. And then inside of the calendar view, we'll just pass it in just as it is. We'll go select the start week, and then we'll be passing in the week start, selected week start. And then we'll also go set selected week start, and we'll go set selected week start. We'll click save, and I know we're getting an error for right now. And that is because we need to pass in the information and so that we can have some data to get us going. So we'll need to import or bring in day.js. So we'll go import day.js, and this is going to come from day.js. And then the state that we're going to start with is day.js. We're going to call it, and we'll say set the start of, and we'll pass in the string of week. Click save. And we don't see anything just yet, but we no longer get the error. And as we build this out, we'll begin to see how day.js makes it a lot easier to capture the weeks, and how we're going to leverage a little bit of JavaScript to toggle between the previous week and the next week. So for right now, we can close out, or we can just leave it open. Let's go ahead and go back to the calendar view.tsx. And then inside of this div, we'll just go ahead and update it. We'll remove the current div and replace it with the new div. Nope, you know what? Actually, we'll make this a section. So we'll remove this div and make it a section. And we'll go a class name of flex, so that the direction of it will be a row by default. We'll set the items to centered, and we want the navigation to be in the middle. So we'll say justify center, and we'll go space on the X. We'll give it a little bit of space of 4. And we'll need a button, and these buttons will represent the left and right. So for right now, we'll have one button here, and underneath this one, we'll add a span, and this will be week of, and we're going to use some JavaScript to set the week of there. And then we'll add one more button, and this one will be the right arrow. So let's go ahead and import. Well, since we already have these imported, let's go ahead and use them so we can get something on screen. So this will be the left, and we'll say class name, a width of 4, height of 4. Was it in save? And then we'll go chevron right, class name, week of 4. Width of 4, height of 4. Let's say, there we go. All right, so now we have this on screen. Let's go ahead and add a little bit more styling and the functionality. So inside of the top button, we'll add the style first. We'll go class name of flex, item centered, a gap of 2. We'll set the text to small, padding on the X of 4, on the Y of 2. We'll give it a border color of pound 222. Rounded full, and we'll set the background color to pound 121212. Yeah, so now we see the button. We'll set the text to white. On hover, we'll set the border to 400. Hover text. Set the color 300, and we'll go transition. Click save. See, we get a hover effect when we hover over the icons. Perfect. We can copy this and add it to the button here as well. So now what I want to do is We see it working. I'm going to add the week of so we can see that on screen. And to do that, we'll just add a little bit of JavaScript. But first, let me style the text. So inside of the span, we'll go text small and we'll set the text color to neutral 400. And then inside of the span next to week of, we'll add some JavaScript and we'll say selected week start. We want the format of this to be, let's go month. Let's see. We can go month, day, then year. Okay. Week of 4/13. Okay, that'll work. That works. But we could go, let me see something. Make sure it doesn't error out on me anything. Yep, we can do that as well too. All right. I think I like that a little better. So basically what this is doing is we're capturing the selected week, and this is and we're just using the object from day.js and setting a format of that by using the month, the day, and the year. And so now with this, we want the ability to toggle between weeks, either the previous week or the next week, by clicking on the two buttons. So we'll say on click, we'll create a quick little function. We'll go set selected week start. And this will just be simply selected week start dot. We want to use a method from JavaScript, the subtract method, and just want to subtract 1. And then we'll pass in week. And then what should happen is this should automatically subtract 1 week. And we see it goes from 13 to 6. And then this should go to 31 or 30, excuse me. Yep. So now we want the ability to go forward once we click on this button. And all we'll need to do is we can copy this exact same on click function, paste it within the button. And instead of it being subtract, we'll use add. And then now what should happen is we should toggle forward once we click on this arrow. We're going to 4, 6, 13, 20, should be 27. Yep, perfect. All right, so now that works perfectly as designed. The next piece we want to do is build in the tab view. And this is so that we can see, we can distinguish between the views. We can go with the weekly view or list view. So we're going to build that tab component next. Okay, so we can close out that file. We'll keep the page.tsx open. In the components directory, let's add actually, we'll add this in the UI folder. Inside of the UI folder, let's add a file named tab switcher.tsx. For right now, we just want to get something on screen, but we can go ahead and mark this as use client because we certainly will be using some React hooks. And we'll go IFC snippet, tab switcher, click save, and inside of the page.tsx, we'll import it. So we'll import, there we go. And then underneath the calendar view, let me think for a second. Well, we'll just add it just to see what it looks like. I think this is tab switcher. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine there. I was thinking, did I want to add a little bit of padding? But we can add it to the actual component itself. And we'll just keep this as is. Okay. So we'll go back to the tab switcher component. And basically what we're going to do is we're just going to toggle between weekly view and list view, add a simple hover effect. So we won't need much. And this is actually coming from a separate component itself. So we'll focus on that at a different point. But for right now, we'll go back to the tab switcher component. And we don't necessarily need to bring in anything. So you know what? We actually don't. Yeah, we will need this market as client because we're going to pass in some on-click handlers. So for the interface, because we will pass in some props, we'll just name it tab switcher props. And we'll just pass in if it's either an active tab. And you know, if it's an active tab, it's going to be weekly or list. And then we'll go set active tab. We'll go tab weekly or list. And if it's not either, it's forward. Okay. And then inside of the tab switcher, we'll pass in active tab and set active tab. Oops, sorry, I forgot to include the brackets. Outside of it, we'll go tab switcher props. There we go. And then we know we need to pass these two things in to remove the error. So we'll need to capture that by state. So we'll go back in the home page right below the selected week start state. We'll add a const with active tab and set active tab. And we'll set it equal to use state. And it's either going to be weekly. And the syntax for that is open bracket with weekly enclosed as a string or list, which will be enclosed with parentheses as well. And I just chose to use the single. Then we'll add the closing or greater than bracket and add weekly. Click save. And then inside of the tab switcher, we'll just add active tab and set that equal to active tab, and also set active tab and set that equal to set active tab. And in this way, we can distinguish what's the active tab in addition to display content based on what is the active tab. And we're going to use that at different points as well to kind of help out. But you'll see it as we continue to build this out, because we'll need to create the views for those tabs. And this is where this is going to come handy. So if this matches, if this is what's distinguished, then there's certain content that's going to be displayed. So for right now, we'll go back to the tab switcher and build out the styling and functionality for that. Inside of the div, or inside of the return statement, we'll remove that div and replace it with a new one. And then we'll add a class name of flex, and we'll set the gap to 4. We'll give it a border. Well, we want to style the border bottom. That's just a border that we're going to list there. And we're setting these items to flex, and we want the item centered. And we'll set the border color to pound 222. Okay, so inside of this, what we want to do is we want to display the tabs, and instead of hard coding it, I'm going to use a little bit of JavaScript to map over to display it. So let's create a array named tabs, and that'll be above the return statement, an array of objects, of tabs. So we know with the array, that's going to be the brackets, and the object, with the array, is going to be the open and close brackets, and the object is going to be the curly. The first one is going to be for the label of weekly view. So we'll give it a name of label, and we'll go weekly view, and we'll give it a value of weekly. And we'll go label list view, and we'll go value of list. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is we'll just loop over these items and display them on screen. So we'll go open and close brackets because we're going to pass in some JavaScript, and we'll go tabs because that's the name of this array dot map. And for each, we're just going to name it tab. Remove that. For each tab, we want to create a button, and I'll just pass in tab dot label. And as you can see, we have weekly and list listed there. Now let's begin to style it. First, we know we need to have a key, and we'll set the key to tab.value, a class name, and we're going to dynamically pass in the class name. So we'll use the curly braces instead of parentheses, and we'll use a temporal literal so that we can dynamically pass in some JavaScript for active or not. But to just style the actual tab button itself, we'll give it a padding on the X of 4, on the Y of 2. We'll set the text to small, which it should be, but we'll just distinguish it. We'll set the font to medium. Let's say transition. We'll go border, bottom of 2. And here's where we want to pass in some dynamic data. If it is active, so in order to pass it in dynamically, we'll need to use the $ and curly brackets, and we'll say active tab is going to be equal, and that's going to be with 3 equal signs, tab dot value. So this is saying that if it is the active tab, and the way you'll know is with the tab dot value, and that's either going to be weekly or list. And we could just come down. The first set will be, we'll set this as text white. Border will be gradient to right. And we'll go from blue blue 500 via, and it's cayenne 400 to green 400. And let's just be consistent. We'll make this, no, we'll set it like that. Okay. And then we're getting this error because we need to add the second portion, the or portion. So let me go ahead and do that now. And we'll just say text neutral for now. Text, we'll make the text 500. So now we see the active tab is the weekly view, and the inactive tab is the list view. So that's the reason you see the list view as that color. And just to give it, we'll give it a border of transparent. And on hover, we'll set the text to cayenne 300. There we go. So we see we're currently on the weekly view. That is the reason we have the underlined border here. And the inactive tab is list view. So now we need the ability to just toggle between the two. So we'll go back to the button and we'll pass in the on click handler. And we'll just set the function here. And we'll say set active tab so that we can just change it. The value will be tab.value as weekly. Or it will be list. Those are the two options. So now when we click on list, it changes to list view. And if we click on weekly view, it goes back to weekly view. And now we can toggle between the two. So that's perfect. Next up, we want to display a message on screen in the event that there are no tabs or there are no habits to display. This week, we just want to show a little emoji and the new habit button icon. So we'll go ahead and work on that next. Okay, so now is a good time to go ahead and build out the context API and local storage so that we can store information and we can pull this dynamically. That'll serve as the get. Then we'll do the CRUD or the C, excuse me, update and delete. So we can close out the tab switcher and we can keep the page.tsx open for right now. Inside of the root of the project, let's create a directory name context. We'll add a file name habits context.tsx, or excuse me, yeah, tsx. All right. So this will use a lot of front end hooks. So we'll go import, or excuse me, use client. Then we'll need to import a few things. We'll go React brackets, and this will come from React. We want to bring in the create context, use context, use state, React node, and use effect. We'll need to create a interface. So we'll say export interface habit. We'll set the ID as a string. Name will be a string. And logs as a record. This will be a string boolean. There we go. And basically what we're doing is we're going to store our habits locally as an ID with a string. The name will be a string, and it will also include the logs, which will be the record of the actual habit. And this is going to mirror what we use in a context or in a convex database later on. And we want to also, and the reason we're exporting this is because we intend to use this and at different points throughout the project to kind of help keep some structure to the habits. And then now we want to create the interface for the habits context. So we'll name this habits context type. First, we'll start with habits, which will be stored in an array named habit. And we want to be able to share this context throughout the application. Next, we'll go add a habit. And we'll capture the name as a string and set it to void because we want the ability to add a habit. This is going to represent getting all habits. We'll need the ability to delete a habit. And in order to delete, you'll need the string. And we'll set this to void. And the update, we won't name it update. We'll name it toggle, TOGG day, because basically that's what we're doing is we're indicating that we did it on this day or we didn't, and that's all that we need to toggle. So we know in order to toggle it, we'll need the ID of that individual habit. We know that's a string. We'll need the date, which is a string, and we can pass in void. To create a ID dynamically, We're going to use a program named UUID. Well, so inside of the terminal, type in npm I UUID and press enter. Okay, and close this out, and we'll go ahead and import it. So say import UUID, and what we're bringing in is v4 as UUID v4. Okay. All right. So now we'll need to create the habits context, and we'll do that by const habits context is equal to create context. And I think this is habits.context type. Yep. And it's going to be either the context type or undefined. By default, we're going to pass in undefined. Okay. Now we want to create the provider. So we'll go export const habits provider. That's going to be equal to curly braces. Children. That's right. This is the React node. Children. Yep. Arrow. Okay. So first, we'll care for the get. We'll go const, and we'll use state to help manage this. We'll go use state, and we're going to pass in the habit J T. See what I did. I think that's the right syntax. I think it is habits. Yeah. And then use state. Then the empty bracket. There we go. So that shouldn't have been in the parentheses. My apologies there. So first, what we want to do is create the get request. So we'll go // just to add a comment, load habits from, and we're going to use local storage. This will be use effect to help with this. We'll go const stored habits. We'll just store those habits in a variable named stored habits. We'll go local storage dot get item, and the name of this item is habits. And it will say if stored habits set habits. And this is where we need to add habits sets habits. And we'll just parse this data as JSON. So JSON.parse. And this is passing in stored habits. There we go. And of course, in the callback, we'll add an empty array. Give me 1 second. So we have the get. Next up, we'll do save habits to local storage. Okay. And for this one, we'll go use effect. We'll go local storage dot set item of habits JSON dot stringify habit. And that's just the format to help us save it. And then we'll need to pass back in the actual habits. Click save. So we have that out the way. Now we need to create the actual habit with the data that we get. So underneath this use effect, we'll create the const name add, or we'll add habits. And remember, we've already actually created it right here. That is that interface. And we'll say add habit is equal to name, and that's going to be a type of string. Say const new habit. It's going to be the habit object, and we know it needs a ID of, and here we're going to use the UUID to help us create a unique identifier. Name and logs will be an empty object, which will be saving the date in. And then we can add a closing bracket there, and we'll say set habits. That's going to be equal to previous. We want to destructure that, or a new habit. Click save. Next up, we have the ability to toggle a day. We need to create that const, so we'll do that there. Or we're using that from the interface so that we can export it out once we're done. So we'll say const, we'll go with delete habit first. It's pretty simple. Delete habit is going to be equal to, or passing in the ID as a string. And then inside of the function, we'll go set habits. previous dot filter. We want to filter out the habit. Habit.id. Or no ID. Okay. Next, we want to add the ability to toggle a day. Go const toggle day. And we know we need to pass in the ID for this, which is a string, and also the date, which we'll pass in as a string. Let's say set habits. Previous dot map. And we'll go habit dot ID is equal to the ID, or here we'll render some JavaScript. We'll destructure the habit, grab the logs, destructure that data, and go habit.logs. And what we should be seeing is the date. That is what we want to capture, or no habit.logs date. And then underneath this one, we'll add a parentheses. And under this one, we need to care for the or portion. And that will, or it will be a habit. Okay, quite a bit of code there. So care for toggle day. Last but not least, we'll need to add the return statement. And we'll go outside of this parentheses, outside of this one, we can add a, and we'll go outside of this one, and we'll go return, go habit.context provider, close it, we'll pass in the children. And with the context provider, we just need to pass in the value. And those values are going to be the interfaces or the functions, if you will, that we're going to use to create the CRUD functionality. So we know we have habits, we have add habit, toggle day, and delete habit. Okay. And then last but not least, outside of this function, we need to export these so that we can use them throughout. And I'm sorry, this should have been, there needs to be another parentheses there, sorry. So we'll just highlight it and then close it in another parentheses. So the value is passed in as a parentheses, curly braces, excuse me, and then we need to wrap those functions in a curly braces as well. So now we need to create an export so that we can use this throughout. This is what's going to let us wrap the app. Excuse me. So now we just need to create a export const use habits. It's going to be equal to the habits context type. And then inside of the function, we'll add context is equal to use context. And this is going to be the habit That should be capital. Habits, context. If there's no context, we want to throw new error. Use habits must be used within a habit provider. And this means that we have to make sure the reason we probably wouldn't be able to use is because the application isn't wrapped with this provider. So that's just reminding us that we need to. Otherwise, we need to return context. We'll click save. Now, the last thing we'll need to do, and before we can begin to use this, is to wrap our layout with this context provider. And if you recall, we created two layouts, one within the main one that comes with Next, and then we created a second one. Typically, I will add this within the main one that comes with Next, but we can add it in the one that we created, and it'll work just fine. So inside of the root of the project, inside of app folder, inside of the website organizer, click on the layout.tsx. At the top of the layout, let's go ahead and import the habits provider. And this is the provider that we need to wrap our application with. And I'm just going to copy the children, delete it, bring in the habits provider, paste in the children, click save. So now we have access to this throughout the application, and we can close out the context provider as long as I ain't make a typo anywhere, which it doesn't appear I did. We shouldn't need it anymore. And for notes and consistency, I'll just add delete habits from local storage. And this will be delete update habits from local storage. Update. We'll click save. And we can close this out. So now what we want to do is get all habits and display them within the weekly and list view, and we'll uniquely display those based upon the view the user clicked on. And in the event we don't have any habits, we want to show a message to the user. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So inside of the main page.tsx, let's go ahead and start by importing the context provider into the home page. So we'll go import use habits and just make sure that it's from @context/habit context, excuse me. A little tired today. But this is what we just created. And if you name yours anything any different, just be sure that that's where you're importing it from. Then inside of the function, let's create let's get access to all of the habits. So we'll say access to habits. We'll create a const and that will be destructuring, and we're going to call use habits that we just imported. And we'll just bring in habits, add habit, delete habit, and toggle day. Click save. So now that we have access to those, let's go ahead and start out by making sure this works, or confirming hopefully that it does work. We'll say const, and what we want to do is show a empty state in the event we don't have any habits. So we'll say show empty state is equal to habits.length is equal to 0. This is just basically saying that if the habit length is 0, then that's going to be the empty state, and we want to show a message. And we can use that underneath the tab switcher, pass in some JavaScript. We'll say show empty state, meaning that here we want to show if there are no habits. We'll say no habits, or for right now, we'll say habits. Click save. And what we should see is no habits. That's correct, because there aren't any habits created. So that appears to be working properly, but we won't know for sure until we actually create a habit. So let's go ahead and work on the creating a habit now. So inside of the initial empty state, we'll update the fragment to be a div. We'll give it a class name of flex column, item centered, justify center. So this is centered on screen. We'll give it a gap of 3. Set the text color to neutral 500. We'll go transition, duration 300, and animate. We'll use animate fade in. Click save. So now we see that it is now centered. We'll remove no habits, replace it with another div. Actually, we don't have to do it like this. We can just say class name of text to Excel. Just going to grab some emojis. Okay. And we'll paste in that emoji, and we see the calendar listed there. Then we'll add a p tag, no habits to display this week. Style it a little. Say, I like that color. We'll just go with a hover text, cayenne 400, transition, colors, duration 200. There we go. Cursor, pointer. And what the last thing we want is a button that will give us the ability to create a habit. So let's build that now. Inside of the components directory, inside of UI, add a file named new habit btn.tsx. We'll start by marking the file as use client and just create a function, new habit btn. We'll click save. And we'll use the shortcut. Well, we can just scroll up to the top and import it. So we'll go import new habit btn, click save. Then underneath the p tag, we'll just import the new or bring in the new habit btn, save, and we see it on screen. So now let's begin to style this first before we take care of the actual functionality. All right, so now inside of the new habit btn, let's go ahead and begin to style it. We know we'll need a few things to bring this to life, but we'll just focus on the styling aspect of the button first. So we'll remove this div and replace it with a fragment. Inside of the div, we'll add a button, because what we want to do first is have this button style and have it serve as the button to open a model where we can add a new habit. So we'll go button, and the name of this will be new habit. Click save. Okay. We'll start by giving this a class name and flex item centered, because we're going to add an icon next to new habit, and we'll go justify center. It'll probably make more sense just to go ahead and bring it in. So we'll go import. This is from C React. And we'll just have plus. Yeah, plus right next to it. Class name, a width of 4, height of 4. There we go. And I'm going to change this color to text cayenne 400. Okay. All right, so let's go back to styling the button now. So we have flex, make it centered in the button. We'll give it a gap of 2. Okay. Then we'll say border. We'll set the color. We'll say border first. And we'll set the border color to #222. We'll give it padding on the X of 4, on the Y of 2. We'll set the rounded to medium. Make the font semi-bold. It's getting a little lengthy, sorry. Set the text to transparent. BG will be clip. text, set the border to gradient, to right, from blue 400 to green 400. Hover border 500. Hover brightness 110 transition. Tell you what, I think I'll just go with um let's change this to, I think I would rather go with text. There we go. Okay. So now the next thing we want our button to do, and it has the unhover effect, so that's perfect as well. The next thing we want our button to do is be functionable so that when we click on the button, it actually presents a model. So we'll need some state management to help us with that. So let's go ahead and bring in use state. And inside of the habit button, we'll go const and set it equal to use state. The initial state will be false. And we'll say show model. And we'll also say set show model. And this is just toggling the ability to show the model. And we could create a separate function, but it'll probably just be easier to just use it here. So first, I'm going to give the ability to toggle the model to the button. We'll go on click. And we'll say set show model. We'll set it to true. And underneath this button, just to get something on screen, we'll say show model, meaning that we want to show the model. We'll just add a div and we'll say model high. Okay, and just click save. Click it and you see it is saying model high. I don't have a way to delete it just yet, but just want to make sure that it did have the ability to toggle, or did have the ability to create it or show it. So now let's go ahead and style the model. So we can remove, oh, we can keep it for right now. First thing I want to do is create the glass effect overlay that which serves as the background for the model. So inside of this div, we'll give it a class name of fixed, inset 0. We'll give it a Z index of 50. The background will be black 60. Give it a backdrop blur. Move that over. Backdrop blur. Set it to small. Flex item centered. Justify center. Padding on the X of 4. We'll click save. So now you see we have this glass effect and we still see model high. Okay, so we can go ahead and remove that for now. Now I want to begin styling the actual box for the model so that the user has the ability to type in the new habit and save it. So we'll pass in a div with a class name of BG neutral 900. And I'll add model so we can see something on screen. So now we see that we have a background color of neutral 900. We'll say rounded will be extra large. We'll set the width to full. I think I'll set the max width to medium. Yeah, that's better. We'll give it a padding of 6. The border, we'll make this neutral 700 just to change it a little bit. That works. Give it a shadow of large, a space on the Y 4. Okay, we'll remove this text model and replace it with the H3. We'll set the class name to text. We'll make this extra large, the font bold, and we can just say add new habit. You can see something there. There we go. I'll make the text white. Perfect. So now the next thing we want based on what we have is a input to enter a new habit. So underneath this H3, let's add a input. We'll begin by giving it a placeholder of enter habit name, just so you can see something on screen. There we go. Give it a class name with the width of full, padding on the X of 4. We'll set the background to neutral 800 so that it's a little more pronounced. There we go. We'll go rounded medium. Make the border the same color as this border. So we'll go neutral 700. We'll set the text to white. And the placeholder text, placeholder, I think it's like this. Yep. Text neutral 500. Okay, I thought I gave it some padding, but I don't know why, but I guess I didn't. So, no, this would be 2. There we go. Okay. And the on click shows up like that, so that works. Let me see something. Let's set the outline to 9. There we go. All right. The next, what I want, next we'll need to add a cancel and save button. So we'll do the cancel button first. Underneath this input, let's add a div. And we'll need 2 buttons. One that says cancel. SEL. and the other, which will represent save. Click save. Okay, we see those on screen there. We'll begin by setting the direction to the div as flex, excuse me. Justify end. We'll give it a little gap of 2. Click save. And maybe a padding top of 1, maybe. May need to change that depending on how big we make the button, but okay. So the first button we'll style is the cancel button. We'll give it a class name of, well, we'll go padding on the X of 4, the Y of 2. We'll go rounded medium. Text will be neutral 400. Say hover, text is white. Transition. There we go. And on hover, that works. So basically what we want to do with this is just be able to close the model. So we'll go ahead and just create a quick little on-click function, or on-click handler and a quick function. We'll say set the show model. We'll just toggle it from true to false, and we'll remove, forgive me for the question mark. Oh, added brackets, sorry. It should just be parentheses. Something here. Ah. Mm. Okay. And yeah, get canceled. There we go. Sorry about that. I had a typo here. And we click cancel. That closes out the model. That's perfect. So now we just need to add the ability to actually save this. But first we'll begin by styling the save button. So we'll go to it, class name, padding on the X of 4, the Y of 2. Go rounded, medium. Font will be semi-bold. Background color will be gradient to right. We'll go from blue 500. Yeah, Cayenne 400. And we'll go to, I think we were doing green 400. Perfect. Go hover, brightness, make it 110. Transition flex, center a gap of 2. And the reason I did this is because when we click on save, we're going to get a loading animation, and just wanted to have it appear here to the left of the actual save button. So let's go ahead and work on the ability to create or add a habit and show the loading animation. So in order to do that, we'll need to pass in the ability to add a habit, that function. So we'll say interface, new habit btn props, and we'll go on add. It's going to equal name. We'll be passing in a string. And for our const, we'll go react.fc, new habit btn props. We'll close it. Inside of the parentheses, we'll be passing in on add. First thing we want is a const to capture the habit name, and we'll say set habit name. That's going to be equal to use state. And then we'll need a function to create or to actually handle this submission. We'll go const handle save. If there's no habit, habit name dot trim, and we just want to return sorry. Otherwise, we might as well actually go ahead and bring in a toast notification and everything else. So I like to use Sonar for toast notifications. Let's just go ahead and knock it out in one swoop. So we'll go back to the terminal, npm I Sonar. So NNER. You press enter. Okay. Close this out. First thing we'll need to do is go to the main layout and bring in the Sonar toaster. So at the top of the main layout.tsx file, that's in the app directory. We'll go ahead and import toaster. And this is going to come from Sonar. Then inside of the body, we'll pass in toaster. And I want to set the position of this to top right. Click save and close this out. And then now we'll go back to the new habit btn, and we've cared for the ability to display the model. Now we're just working on the ability to actually add a habit. So we'll need to bring in a few more things. So first thing I want to bring in is toast, just so we can give the user a notification. And this is going to come from Sonar. We'll also add the loader. This is going to be an icon from Lucia React, so we can get a animation. So we're already capturing the habit name. I then want to capture the state. So we'll say is creating. set is creating, and we'll set that equal to use state. And initially this state will be set to false. And this way, when it is set to true, we're going to change the button to a animation. So now inside of the handle save function, it just made more sense just to do everything once. Let's care for the state next, because we know that if we're getting the name, now we're beginning the process to save the actual habit. So we'll say set is creating to true, because that's what we'll be doing at this point. Underneath it, I want to create a little bit of delay just for the user experience, so that is consistently letting the user know that it's in process and showing the loading animation. So we'll use the set timeout, and we'll pass in on add. And what we'll be adding is the habit name. We'll set the habit name state to an empty string at that point. And then we'll say set show model. We'll change that to false because we want the model to close out. And we'll say set is creating. We'll change the state to false, not flight or pilot. And then here we want to send a toast notifications that everything was successful. Habit created successfully. And I want this animation delay to be about 1 second. So we'll make that 1,000. And then that cares for the handle save process. So what we're saying is that if there's no habit, we want to return null. If there is a habit, we want to set the set is creating state to true, so that we can show a creating indicator to the user. If everything goes through successfully, then we want, or as it's going through, I should say, we want to call the on add function state variable or state management function that we created earlier. Then we want to set the habit name back to an empty string so that it's empty. The model we want to close out. We want to say that we're not creating anymore. And then we want to send a notification to the user. Everything was successful and we have created a new habit. So that's perfect. Now we can turn our attention to the actual model, and we'll start with the input. So we'll set the type to text. The value will be habit name. And on change, when the event happens, we want to set the habit name to e.target.value. So whatever that value is from the habit, that's what we want, that the user types in, that's what we want to set as the habit name. And we'll click save. The last thing we'll need to do is care for the actual save button. So not the cancel button, but the one right next to it. We'll pass in a on click handler, and this is going to handle the handle save function that we just created. What we want to do is disable is creating. And then next to the save button, like I said, if it is creating, then we want to show the loading indicator. So we'll say is creating, and that should be wrapped into curly braces to indicate that we're passing in some JavaScript. We'll say loader 2. We'll give it a class name with a width and height of 4. Click save. So now if this is working, we should have the ability to add a habit, and we should see it displayed here on screen. So let's test it out. We'll say coding. We see the animation and we get an error. On add is not a function. That's because we need to pass this in, and I seen the error and I never I never went back to it. So let's go ahead and update it now. We can actually close out the new habit BTN. We should be good with that. And as you can see, we need to pass something in as the error message indicated. So we'll just say on add, and we'll pass in add habit. And remember, this is coming from the use habits context that we created. We're just grabbing the add habit. So we'll click save. Now we'll test it out again. Go coding with a capital C, click save. We get the loading indicator. We see it's successfully created. And we also see that habits is now listed here on screen. So it worked. But I do want to look back at, let me see something here. Let's add the spin notification or animation, excuse me. I want to add to this spinner. Let's add the animate spin. Mate spin. Click save. And we're gonna need to add the button there to add a new one. But okay, we'll go ahead and begin styling that now. The habit list. And then from there, I want to test out and make sure that the animate spin is working. But the good thing is we do have the ability to create a habit, which we see here. And we see that we're successfully getting, because we're no longer displaying that message that we would get of no habits to display. So perfect. Now let's work on the habit list so that we can add the ability to update, delete, and we'll also show a monthly view. All right, so let's go ahead and work on the list layout and those views now. The weekly and list view, we'll go ahead and work on getting that displayed. So we can close this out, and inside of the, no, don't move it, sorry about that. Inside of the UI, let's add a file named list view dot tsx, and just to get something on screen. See snippet list view, save it, and we'll go to where it says habits, and we can replace this bracket with a div, and let's import the list view from @/components UI, and then we'll bring in the list view. There we go. All right, so in order to make the list view work, we'll need to pass in the habits into this component. So we'll just go ahead and start out by adding in the imports and setting the interface. So we know this will be a client-side file because we'll need this to also correspond with the weekly view. We can go ahead and bring in import day.js to help format the date or capture the date. We're going to import the habit, and that's going to come from the context dash habits dash context, because we'll need to grab the habits. I think we'll go ahead and bring in link. That's going to come from next link. That way we can link to the individual habit page eventually. Let's create the interface. We'll say list view props. And we know we'll pass in the habits, which will be a habit and an empty array. We'll need to grab the set selected week start so that we can capture the actual day or the week, excuse me, and display the habits that are corresponding with the week. And I'm not going to worry about anything else just yet. We'll come back and build in the remaining portion of the interface later. So let's go ahead and pass in habits and set selected, selected week start. And we know that this is part of the list view props. Inside of this, the only thing that we want to capture before we begin to style the layout is the day of the week. So we'll say const days of week. It's going to be equal to an array dot from, and we know the length of days are 7. And what we want to do is map. The first argument will be a underscore. The next, we want to capture the index. And we'll be passing in set selected week start dot add I, and we'll be adding a day. The I is for index. Okay. And the reason we're getting this error is because we haven't passed anything to the list view. So we can go ahead and update that now. For that, we'll pass in the habit, which will be habits, habits, and set selected start week. And we can just pass that in, and that should care for the error. So we know that it's going to show this for the week view, and that's perfect. And let's just test this out. Coding. See that there in list view, perfect. And we're seeing it for both until we actually distinguish the two views, but that's fine for right now. So we'll go back to the list view component. And actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and set distinguish the two views now. That way, it's a little cleaner and a little easier to read. So we'll go to the div, and we know we have the empty state listed here. So what we want to do now is we'll add the where it says or. Let's pass in active tab. And if it is weekly, we can add this here. Weekly. So if the active tab equals weekly, we want to pass in a view. Otherwise, we want to show something different. So this will be the otherwise. And let me clean this up a little bit. Remove this for now. We'll say, so for the active tab weekly, we'll go div. And we'll go, well, what I want to do is let's set the direction to flex column, and we'll give it a gap of 2. I want to show the new habit BTN. We'll pass in the on add function, or we'll pass in on add, excuse me, and we'll pass in the add habit function. And then we'll close this. And I know we're getting a syntax error. Sorry. And then underneath this, we'll say pass a div for right now. And we'll go weekly view. So then we know we'll have the list view listed here. So we'll pass in a div, list view. That should come from list view. We'll save. And then now I know we have this error message here. We actually can remove one of these divs. I think we can remove this one. We'll have to clean it up a little bit. And we can remove, where is the other div that was with that one? That, with that. Oh, list view. Let me pass in the habits, and then let me pass in selected start week, and be selected week start, or selected week start, excuse me. Save that, clean this up a bit. There we go, weekly view, the new habit, and we see list view there. All right, so let me just style this a a little bit. So instead of it being that big, I'm going to add another div here. We'll go class name. We'll say the max with screen. We'll make this 250 pixels. Now let's paste in the add habit. All right, that looks a little better. This is the weekly view, and I actually want to do the exact same thing here. So I'll grab this, Copy it, paste it there to set the direction for the list view so we can see it. And then I want to add this exact same new habit add btn right above the list view component. Click save. And then now we have the new habit btn and the list view listed there. We'll come back and add the weekly view component next, but we'll just continue to focus on the list view for right now. So back in the list view btn or list view component, let's add a little bit of styling so that we can see the actual list view. But before we do that, we'll need to do a few other things. So we have all of the imports cared for. We have the days cared for. So yeah, we could just go ahead and begin to style it. So we'll update this div and give this one a class name of space on the y of 2. Can't really see it right now, but that's okay. First thing we want to do is display the actual days. We'll map over the habits, display them, and display the days to go along with it. So we'll say habits.map. And that's just getting access to the habits that's being passed into the list view as a prop. So for each habit, we'll name it habit. And we'll say const total days is going to be equal to days of week dot length. And we know that should be 7. And then we'll say const. We can go ahead and just build this all the way out. So we'll say const completed days is equal to days of week dot filter. And we want to grab the date. And that's going to be stored in the habit.logs. Data, and we want the format of that format to be year, which is 4 characters, the month, which is 2, the day, which is 2, and then at the end of this parentheses, we want to capture the length, so we're dynamically passing that. I think I may have one too many. Now that I look at this a little closer. Let's see here. I may have one too many brackets. Let me see. Const progress. So we'll have a little progress bar, progress is equal to math dot round. And we want to get the completed days. divided by total days. And we want that to be times 100 so we can show the percentage. And this should be matching this. Then inside or after this, we want to add the return statement. This should be parentheses. Dates. That format. Okay. Mhm. That. Okay, so in the return statement, we'll pass in a div. And we'll go class name. Well, actually, we need to put the key first because we need to have that distinguished. We'll go habit.id. And we'll give this a class name of background. Go pound 12s. We'll set the border and give it a color of pound 222. Go rounded. Something off there. Pass this in on toggle. See something here. String date string forward, then pass. Hmm. Because it should be lowercase. Hmm. Mhm. Okay. I guess I had my format off because updated it and that took care of it. So now that's showing the list view. Okay. So now, um, let me finish with the styling. Got rounded of large, padding on the X of 3, on the Y of 3, go flex, item centered, and we'll go justify between. Okay. Then inside of the list view, we'll add another div inside of that div and give it a class name of flex, set the direction to column, and set the width to 1/2. Okay. And for this is going to represent the actual card or the actual habit itself. So we'll use link that we imported. We'll set the href because we know we'll need that. We'll set that to /habit slash habit.id. And remember to pass in the curly braces and $sign because that's going to be dynamic. Then we'll give this a little bit of styling. So we'll give it a class name of font semi-bold. And we'll set the text color to white. And it'll help if we see something on screen. So I'll just go ahead and add in just so we can see something on screen, we'll go habit.name. Okay, and we know we added coding. I think we need to set the margin bottom to 1, but we could change that. Okay, so underneath the closing tag of the link, we'll add another div and make sure we get a closing div to go along with it. We'll add a class name, set the width to full. We'll set the background to neutral 800. This is the actual card itself. We'll go rounded. We'll give it a height of 2 and a margin bottom of 1. Then let's add another div. We'll give it a class name of height of full. The background will be gradient to right. And we'll go from blue 500 via cayenne 400 to green 400, and we'll just say rounded. And to make it dynamic so that we can show the progress, we'll use some JavaScript for this. And with that, you'll use style and then you pass in another set of curly braces, and we'll set the width to the actual progress. So use temporal literals, the $sign, curly braces, and we'll say progress, and just add a %sign. Click save. And there you can see the progress bar. So now underneath that closing div, there should be another div, closing div right up under it. We want to keep that there because that's going to represent this side of the habit. Now let's add a span. This span will represent the percentage that is complete. So we'll say progress and make sure it's enclosed in curly braces with a percent. And then we'll just type complete. Yep, that's it. Hit save. There we go. So we know we have 0% complete, and that is working as it should. And we'll just give it a little bit of styling with text and set the color to neutral 500. Okay. So now the last thing we need to do is add the little 7-day indicator over here. And remember, we'll need to present the days of the week in addition to an indicator to indicate if we have completed that day. And if we haven't completed the day, then we'll make sure that it remains blank. So let's see. Underneath this span, underneath this closing div, let's add a new div with a closing tag and set the direction to flex. Give it a gap of 1 and set the items to be centered. Actually, let's set the gap 2 to keep it consistent. Okay. Then we'll add a little bit of JavaScript here to loop over the days of the week array that we created earlier. So that's going to be days of week dot map. And we're going to pass in 2 parameters, the date and the index. And we'll go const date as a string will be date dot format. And we want that to be the year, the month, and the day. Then underneath this, we want to return. And what we want to return is a button. Inside of the button, we want to pass in a day label. So let's do this. We need to create that. Let's go const day label. By the way, is equal to date dot format dd. And we'll start with index at 0. And this doesn't need the brackets, sorry. There we go. And this is just going to be day label. And we need to define data. Did I not bring data in? But I named this data. It should be date. Sorry. I think that's what I did earlier. There we go. And what error are we getting? It needs a key. I think this is this button. Yep. Is date string. There we go. All right. So now let's style this a little. We'll go class name, give it a, we'll need to pass this in dynamically because we want it to be distinguished if it is checked or not. So for right now, we'll just go width of 6, height of 6, rounded of full, flex, set the items to centered, justify center, set the font to bold. And then here we'll pass in dynamically. And I don't think we'll worry about that just yet. Actually, you know what? We can go ahead and create it. We just won't. We'll create a const name checked so that if it is checked, we want to set it a certain color. So we'll say habit.logs, and we'll say with the question mark dot date string, just in case, because it could be selected or not. And if it is not selected, it'll be false. So if it is selected, we want it to show. If it is selected, it should be checked. Yep, checked. If it's checked, then we'll say a message. Otherwise, we'll indicate a message, and that's just to take care of an error. So if it is checked, we want the background to be green 500 and set the text to black. And if it is not checked, then we want the background to be pound 1A, 1A, 1A. We'll set the text to neutral 600. On hover, we'll set the background to be green 600. And hover will make the text white. Click save. All right, so that is what the days look like. And we see the hover effect. Then we also want a button. Actually, this doesn't go here. That's why I'm getting the error. This goes here. This particular button is going to represent the trash. Did we import it? No. So we'll go import. This is from Lucid React. So say from Lucid React. I think it was trash. Yeah, we'll just do a trash icon. And then inside of this button, we'll go trash 2 with the class. Height and width set to 4. There we go. And then I think we can just set the color to this. And I know we can actually go ahead and bring this function in because this is going to be fairly simple. We'll say text neutral 500. And on hover, we'll make the text red. 500. We'll say transition margin left 2. We'll click save for right now. And I'm just going to keep this as is for right now, but I don't think I'm going to remove this right now. Okay. All right. So now with the day labels there, let's go ahead and build in the actual we need to get the indicators on screen. So I think what we'll do next is just make sure that we actually can go ahead and build in the ability to update and delete these the toggles here, and we're going to move these actually we'll keep them where they are, and I don't think we need anything else here. What we'll do is now is just add the ability to delete and toggle these, and then we'll take care of the weekly view last, and that'll take care of it. So I tell you what, we'll go ahead and add the button back, the trash can button. And I think what I'll do now, I'm gonna move this over a little bit too. There we go. So we'll go ahead and add the ability to update so we can see the progress change. That should go away in a moment. All right. So I think the easier of the two, let's start by passing in the props. So we'll say on toggle. And we know, remember, when we toggle, we need to get the ID, which is a string, and the date, which we're storing as a string. And we'll set the void. And I know we got to pass these in. That's the reason we're getting the error. And then we'll also pass in on delete. We know we need an ID of string. That's because that's all we need to delete. And then we can save this. So now let's update the props so that we can pass this information in. And if I recall, I don't think we have a handler created for the on toggle. No, we don't. So let's go ahead and no, actually we do. It's right there. So let's just go ahead and pass this in into the list view. We'll say on delete will be on, what do we have that as? Delete habit. Back that out. Delete habit. And then on toggle, we have toggle day. Let's click save. Okay. So, all right. Now we just need to add the, let me make sure I save that. Ability to, now we need to add the ability to actually update the days as we toggle them. So all we need to do with this is inside of this button, we'll pass in a on click handler. And what we want to do is get access to the on toggle. Wait a minute, that shouldn't be lowercase. That should be uppercase. Let me make sure I didn't. Passing it. Oh, here, this is why. Sorry, on toggle and on delete. There we go. I was wondering why it was giving an error. Sorry. Now, if we go here, we can go on toggle. And what we want to do is pass in the habit.id in addition to the date string that we're capturing here. So let's click save. Now we should be able to update it, and we see the percentage change, and we see it gets updated. Perfect. Now, the only thing we need to do to finish this out is add in the ability to delete. So inside of this button, we'll go with on click. Pass in the on click handler, and we'll pass in, well, excuse me, we'll inside the button, we'll pass in the on click function. And what we want to get access to is on delete. And of course, we have to pass in a habit ID. So we'll pass in that ID. And if we add a new habit, we'll say test. We see the loading animation that we updated. We get the notification. We see the new habit. If we click the trash, let's make sure we can update it. We see the percentages change. If we click the trash can, we see it is now deleted. So that works perfectly. Now we need to update the weekly view. So we can save this file, close out the list view, go back into the main page.tsx. And as you can see, we have the weekly view listed within this div. So let's go ahead and update it so that we are actually pulling this in as a component, and we can treat it basically the exact same way we did as the list view. Just the styling of it is just going to be a little different. We're going to use a table versus the column layout that we did. So let's go ahead and do that now. So inside of the components directly, inside of the components directory, inside of the components directory, let's add a file named weekly view.tsx. I don't have anything else named that. No, weekly view.tsx. We'll mark this as use client, and we'll use the React snippet just to create a quick component, and we'll name this weekly view. Save it. Then let's go back to the page.tsx. At the top of the file, let's go ahead and import weekly view. We can remove the weekly view text that we type, and let's bring in the imported component. Click save. And now we see we have weekly view, and the only change there was a little bit of padding was removed. So that's perfect. So now we have the div listed on screen. We can actually remove this. We have removed this div, and I'm sorry, we have yeah, that's it. We can remove this because we don't need this one, and that's just the closing div for that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's start by creating the props that we know we'll need. We know we'll need the habits, and that will be habits. We'll need the selected week start, and that will be selected week start. We're going to pass in on toggle, and this will be the toggle day function. And then we'll also go ahead and just pass in on delete, and that will be delete habit. We'll click save, and we'll probably get an error because we haven't created those just yet. Oh no, we did. That's great. All right, and then now let's go to the weekly view component. And in the weekly view component, we know we'll need to pass in some props. But before we do that, let's just go ahead and bring in all of the imports. We're going to need day.js. And this is coming from day.js. Sorry, that should have been in brackets. We're going to import habit. And this is from the context directory that we created. We'll bring in the trash icon. And this is from Lucid React. And then last but not least, we'll bring in link. That's going to come from next link. All right. So what we want to do now is set up the interface for the props. So we'll say interface, weekly view, props. And we'll pass in habits. That will be habit as an empty array. Say selected week start, and that's going to come from day.js. Say on toggle, pass in a ID as a string. We'll say date as a string and void, and then we'll do the same for on delete. Pass in the ID as a string. Set this to void. Okay. And I think we can update this. Let me see how we want to do this. Okay, we'll go parentheses. And we'll go habits, selected, week start, on delete, and on toggle. And this is coming from the weekly view props. Okay. Let me see. In that error. Oh, got it listed twice. Duh. And we'll just delete that. Okay. All right, there we go. And then now inside of this, we basically are going to do the exact same thing that we have within the list view. And to minimize error, we'll start by just being able to capture and identify the days of the week. So we can just copy this and go back to the weekly view, paste it in. Then next, we'll just need to update the return statement. So we'll remove this div and replace it with the new div. And we'll give it a class name with some space on the Y of 2. Then we'll loop over our habits, and we actually can copy that from the list view as well. The only thing for this one, actually, we don't need to worry about that one because now that I think about it, that was specifically just for the ability to see the completed percentages. So we can close this one out. I think we're good with this for right now, but we can go back to it if not. And you know what? Instead of this div, I'm gonna change it to a section. We'll give it a little more styling. We'll say overflow on the X. We'll set it to auto. We'll set the rounded to extra large. We'll give it a border and distinguish the color to pound 222. And we'll set the background color to pound 12s. And before I hit save, I'm gonna add one more div and another div. And we'll just say, actually, let's just go ahead and present the days of week on the screen, days of week. And we'll need to map over those. For each one, we want to present the date, or we'll just call it date. We don't want to present it. Then inside of this, move that so you can see. We'll pass in another div. We'll set the key of this. We'll set the key of this to, actually, we could just do it like this, date dot to string, and we could just call it, and we could just let that be the key. That should be fine. Class name, and if it isn't, we'll change it. We'll give it a little padding on the X or the Y, excuse me, of 2, and set the text to centered. And then for each of those days, what we want to do is just present date.format. And this format is just going to be the day. And then we'll add a break. Date.format. Set that to D. Hit save. Okay, so we see the days, they're listed as a column. Let's change that. We just need to set the direction here. So we'll go back to this initial div. Ugh, come right here. We'll set the class name to, for this one, let's set the width of the screen. So we'll say max width screen large, and we'll say divide on the Y, and we'll set the divide color to pound 222. Okay. And then inside of this next div, we'll add a class name of grid columns of, actually, we're going to dynamically pass these in. So we'll set the grid columns to 100 pixels. That's the size. And we want it to repeat. Very similar syntax to what you do in traditional CSS. And we want one of those to repeat. How would I do this? I think it is 1FR underscore 50 pixels. And I think I need to just highlight, copy this. And I think right here, this should be a div with habit. Click save. Okay, I need to fix this. Let's set the text to neutral, 400. Font to semi-bold. Border bottom. We'll set the border to pound 222. Got one too many there. There we go. All right, so there we go. Excuse me. So we see the the header of the habit right there. Now, underneath that div, if we paste this back in, and it's still listed in that row, that column. Something's off there. I see what I did. Actually, in its own div, it should be habit with a class name of padding on the Y of 2 on the margin top of 1. Let's try that for now. Okay. Then now, got something a little off here. Yeah. There we go. And then next, that's the days, that's the habits. So now we want the actual habit itself listed there. So let's come outside of this div and let's add another div to delete. And I'll set some padding for this, for class name, padding on the Y of 2. We'll set the margin top to 1. All right, that looks pretty aligned. Okay, so this is the header for the for this particular view. Now we want to set the actual habits in a row. So underneath this div, we'll go some JavaScript and say habits.map. And for each habit, we want to display a div. We'll start with a key of habit.id. We'll give this a class name of grid, and we'll set grid columns. This one is going to be the exact same as this. I'll just copy all this and remove this and replace it just to make sure I don't type in any errors. We'll set the items to centered. And then inside of this, we'll pass in a link tag. We know the link needs a href. This destination will be habit / $parentheses habit.id. And then what we should see is the habit name. So we'll say habit.name. Save. Okay, so there it is right there. Perfect. So let's work on styling this a little bit. All right. So we have our link tag. Let's make this last name. Of text white. We'll go padding on the Y of 3, padding left of 4. We'll set the font to medium. There we go. And for this habit, I think I probably should give it a little bit of padding as well. So we'll go padding left 4. There, now the lines. So outside of this closing link tag that's holding the name, I think we can actually copy a lot of this from the list view. And let me see. The days of the week. We can copy this code. Everything except for the date label we'll actually use. So we'll use the date string and check, but we won't use label. So that's fine. We'll just copy this and close it out just to save a little bit of typing. So we'll go days of week dot map, and we want to capture the date. And I'll paste in, what we just copied, and I said we can get rid of the label, I think. Yep, we won't need that for this portion. All right, so inside of This, let's go ahead and provide a return statement. I just want to close that just to be semantically correct. And then inside of this div, let's return, or inside a return statement, I'm sorry, let's return a div, and we'll give this a key. The key for this will be the date string, and we'll say class name of text centered. And then just to get something on screen, let's get a button. And this is going to be if it is checked. We want to present something. Otherwise, we want to just show a empty string. That's it. Saved. Save. Okay, so we're not showing anything just yet. We'll say BG. No, so for this, we actually need to, I'm gonna grab an emoji. But for right now, let's just style this button a little bit. We'll go class name, and this will be dynamic. So we'll use the brackets, the temporal literals. We'll set the width and height to 6. Rounded border. We'll set the border of this to pound 222. Transition. We'll go checked. And if it is, hold on, I'd like to clean it up a little bit. If it is checked, we want the background to be green, 500, and the text to be black. Or we want the background to be pound, I think this is 1A, 1A, 1A. On hover, we want the background to be green, 600. We hit save. All right, so then now we just need something to show. So if it was, we would see ones, but I'm going to grab, and we know that we have these stays checked because that's what's checked on the list view. So that's perfect. Let's just add the emoji and the ability to update. So give me just a second. Okay, there we go. And let's go ahead and add in the trash icon next. Actually, underneath this, we'll pass another div, closing tag, go text centered. And this will be the trash icon. So we'll go button and trash 2, width and height of 4. There we go. And to style it, we'll give it a class name of text neutral 500. On hover, we'll set the text to red 500. And we'll go transition. Okay. All right. Excuse me. So we have that updated. Now, what do we want to do? Let's add the ability to update these buttons or update the days. So inside of the checked button, we'll add on click handler. and we'll say on toggle. We just want to change or pass in the habit ID and also the date string so that we can capture it and change that to arrow. There we go. So it lets me, hold on. So we can toggle them, but I need to change what's being displayed. Hold on a second. Something, because that's a little tough to try to update. Let me see something. Oh, there we go. And hold on. Those are a little off. So it goes down when it's clicked. So hold on. I have something off here. And it goes up when it's not clicked. It shouldn't do that. Y3. Those is that. Width and height of 6. Before I forget this, let me just go ahead and pass this delete function to it. Pass on click and pass on delete. And we know we need to pass in the habit ID for this. So now we should have the ability to delete. But I want to fix this. Hold on, let me try this. There. So I think I may have a 2 and a 1 somewhere. I have a 1 right there. Okay, it's fine. I was just wanting to make sure that these were more aligned. But if we go with all 7 selected, we see that's what's selected in the list view, and we got the completion percentage. If we deselect, we go to 86 on Tuesday. And as you can see, we're down to, well, we removed that for Tuesday. So perfect. And just to make sure this works, we'll add another test. Save. We got the notification. We see it here. We select the day. We see it updated. We see the completion percentage change. Now, if we delete it, we see it deletes. Perfect. So the last thing that we want to do is create the individual habit ID page, and on that's just going to basically show the monthly view and also give the ability to toggle in between months. So I'm going to work on that now. That's the last piece to the puzzle. So we can actually close out the weekly view. We're done with it. Let's just make sure that this is routing to that individual route, and we do have the page created. So I'll click on coding, and I see it going to habit/ID. So it's just showing a blank page right now because that's all that we have updated on that page as of right now. But we'll go ahead and correct that in just a moment, or update it in just a moment, I should say. All right, so from this page, let's go ahead and mark it as use client. We already have React imported, which is great. We'll just bring in use state because we'll need to capture some state throughout this particular page. We'll bring in use params because we need it to search for the habit by the ID from the URL. We'll import day.js and be sure to use the lowercase. Last, we'll also import, let me see. Well, we're going to need to create these components. So we'll go ahead and work on that now. And I know we have a similar one for the week, and I tried to make it reusable, but it just didn't quite work out. But that's okay. We'll go ahead and create individual components for those now. But before we do that, let's add a couple more things. Well, let's go ahead and bring those in now. So the first thing we want to create is a monthly view, monthly cal view .tsx. And we'll also create a file named heading text.tsx. And we'll import both of those now. So for the heading text, let's say heading text. And then for monthly cal, we'll mark this as use client and create the monthly cal view. And that's for monthly calendar. Click save. So now we can go ahead and import those into our page.tsx. And this is the individual habit ID page. So we did a monthly cal view, and we also created heading text. Perfect. So we'll go ahead and kind of walk through creating this step by step. So the first thing I want to do is I want to have some canned messages. This is optional. So as you can see, this is just serving as some messages of encouragement, and we're using conditional rendering to kind of display that on screen. So the canned messages will be const get canned messages and set that equal to, well, first we need to pass in the %, and that's going to be a number. And then with these, if the percent is greater than or equal to 90, then we're going to return you crushed it. And actually, because I'm going to just copy these, hold on a second. Just going to copy these for one moment. I copied these because I have little emojis to go along with them versus Googling them and all of that. It's just a canned message to conditionally render a statement. So nothing that is pertinent, but you're more than welcome to copy it and adjust it as you see fit. So now what we want to do next is begin to update the actual component. So first thing I want to do is get access to the params so I can get that ID, and we'll go ID use params and destructure the ID. I want to destructure the habits that are coming from use habits. And then we'll say const habit bit is equal to habits.find. And I'm just going to pass h for habit, h.id is equal to ID. And this is just a simple way to find the habit by the ID. Next, we'll need to identify and capture the selected month. So we'll say const selected month, and then we'll go set selected month, and we'll say that is equal to use state. And here we'll be using nextjs to kind of help us with the calendar navigation. So we'll say nextjs dot start of, and we want to capture the month. Remember, this view is the monthly view, and we want to move between the months. Okay. And then, of course, we always have to make sure that we are caring for the event that a user accesses this page and there's no habit ID. So if there's no habit ID, we just want to return a div that says habit not found. And I'll just set this text to center, padding on the Y of 10, set the text to neutral to be consistent, and hit save. Okay. So now inside of or outside of the no habit ID validation, we want to bring in some more state. So first, we want to bring in we want to be able to not bring in state. Now what we want to do is be able to capture or identify the days in the month, update the month to a string, and compute the total number of completed days so that we can show it in the grid layout, or show it in the progress layout, excuse me. So we'll go const days in month is equal to selected month dot days in month. Then we'll go const completed. No, we'll go, well, we could have went const completed days is equal to object dot keys. And this is going to be the habit dot logs, because that's what we'll be looking through. And we want to filter the date. And inside of this, we want to pass in date dot starts with, and we'll be looking for the month string. So let's create that now. Const month string is equal to selected month dot format, and the format for this is going to be year. I'll make that capital. Oh man, my key wasn't working. And month. And inside of this, we'll pass in month string. There we go. Okay, and days in month string, completed days. Then we want to identify the completion rate. And what this is this is just showing the rate at which we're complete. So we'll say math.round. And this is just going to be completed days dot length divided by the days in month. And we'll make it times 100. Click save. Then we'll go const message is equal to get canned message. And we'll go completion ratio, PLE. Oh, rate, sorry, not ratio. Perfect. So now we can just pass this message in to let the user see the completed rate. Okay. So last but not least, we're ready to begin to style the actual layout itself of the page. So we'll go main, class name, amend height of screen. We'll set the background to neutral 950 and set the text to white. Okay. I actually think I can just go height full and be fine. And get rid of, yeah, that's fine. And get rid of that scroll bar. Then we'll add a div and give this a margin of auto. Max width will be screen large. Padding on the X of 4 and space on the Y of 4. Click save. And then here we want calendar view. Let's just see what it looks like. Okay. So now let's go ahead and create this calendar view. Well, we already have it created. Let's go ahead and just monthly cal view. Let's just go ahead and import it here. Monthly cal view. All right. So we know we'll need to pass in some props to this. So we'll pass in selected month. That's going to be equal to selected month. And we'll also pass in set selected month. That's going to be set selected month. There we go. We'll hit save. And this looks good. Everything looks good there. Okay. So now inside of the monthly cal component, let's go ahead and update it so we can begin to see the content here on screen. Inside of this component, we already have it marked as use client, but let's go ahead and bring in a couple of imports. The first one will be icons, and that'll come from Lucid React. We want the chevron left and chevron right. And we'll also bring in nextjs, and be sure to use the capital one so it's being destructured. Let's go ahead and set the interface for monthly cal view props. We'll set the selected month. That's going to come from nextjs. And we'll also want to pass in set selected month. And that's going to be date object, and that'll be nextjs. And we're passing void. Okay. And of course, we'll need to pass this in. We'll pass in selected month and set selected month. Perfect. Now for inside the return statement, we actually can copy a lot of this because we've already created it. So let's go to the weekly view. And not weekly view, calendar view. And we could just copy everything that we have from this code, close this file out, go back to monthly cal, replace the div with the copy code, and we just need to make a few updates. So instead of it saying set selected week, we want to set selected month. And then here we want to, where it says selected week, remove week, replace it with month. And of course, we're going to subtract 1. And instead of it saying week, we want it to be month. And I would hit save, but we're going to get an error. So I'm not going to do that just yet. And instead of week of, we'll remove that. And where it says selected week start, remove that code and replace it with selected month so we can see the actual month, and we could keep the format with the 2 M's. I'm sorry, 3 M's and a comma, and then 4 Y's. Yeah, 3 M's, 4. I'm pretty sure that's it. And then right here, we're going to update this from being selected week to month. And then we'll remove week start and replace it with selected month. And this is going to be replacing week with month. We'll click save now that we don't have any errors. And now you can see the months on screen, and we have the ability to toggle them. So that's perfect. Go ahead and click save on this file and close it out. Now back in the page.tsx file, which represents the single habit page, next thing we want to do is provide some text. And with this, we're actually dynamically passing the name of this text in. So we'll just go ahead and create the reusable component so that we can dynamically pass this text in. And as we eventually continue to expand this project, we'll be able to reuse this throughout versus having to create new text and style it and format it every time we want to do so. So um, underneath the monthly cal view, let's go ahead and bring in the heading text component that we brought in earlier, or that we created earlier. For this, what we want to do is we'll pass in a title, and I know we haven't created the interface for it just yet. You know what? This title, let's make this say, we'll pass something dynamically to it. So we'll say monthly view for, and then we'll just pass in the habit.name. And the subtitle for this will be, this could just be a string. See your monthly activity for this habit. And we'll click save. All right, so now we know we just need to create the props for this to pass into it. So we'll go back to the heading text. And let's go ahead and begin to style this heading text. We just have a title and description, nothing too complicated. So inside of this directory, heading dash text, I do want to use CLSX for this one, just to change it up a little bit. It's a very lightweight utility class that lets you pass in dynamic class names versus doing it the traditional way that we've done it throughout the project. npm CLSX. Okay, it's just saying it's a newer version. All right, no problem. So we'll go import, and this will be CLSX from CLSX. Perfect. Let's add a interface. This will be heading text props. We'll pass in a title as a string, a subtitle. I'm gonna add a question mark there because we may not always want to use that. And then center as well. If we ever wanted to center the text, all we got to do is just add center, and that'll center it for us. And I'll show you how to update it in just a moment. So because we're using this, we do need to change the syntax of this component a little bit from how we've done it previously. So we'll go at the colons there, and then we'll say react.fc, and we're passing in the heading title props. Inside, we'll pass in title, subtitle, and center. And we don't need to do anything special before the return statement, so we could just go ahead and jump into updating it now. For this, let's pass in this class name information dynamically. And we can actually go ahead and use CLSX. Then we'll add a parentheses after we call it. And what we want to do is pass in the space on the Y of 0.5. If it is centered, then we want the text to be centered. Text centered. Okay. And then we'll have a H2. Or I can make an H1, that's fine, for title. And then we'll add a P tag for subtitle. Click save, and we should see it on screen. Perfect. And we know the name of this habit is coding. So now we just need to style it a little bit. So for the H1, let's give it a class name of font bold. Tracking is going to be tight. We'll set the background gradient and make it from the right to left. We'll go from blue 500. Probably should have made this reusable too. To via cayenne 500 to green 500. And we'll set the text transparent. BG will be clip text. We'll set the text to large. And on medium, we'll set the text to extra large. There we go. And then now to style the P tag, that's going to be a whole lot simpler. We'll just add a class name with text base and set the text to neutral 400. There we go. All right. Okay. You know what? Why don't I just do this? We'll just copy this gradient because it's the exact same. We'll close out the logo, go back, and we'll just remove this color. And we can remove the text clip information and we'll just paste it in. Let's see something. I just copy the entire thing. Still not updating. Okay. Well, I'm not going to be well, I guess it is a little bit there. I just wanted it a little more pronounced, but it's okay. And we'll set the text base to neutral. Yep. And It's the 500. There we go. Okay. So now, last but not least, we just want to display the summary of the workout or the habit, excuse me. So we can close out the heading text and we're back in the main page. So we'll need to be here. I think for this one, we can just display it here on screen. We don't necessarily have to create a separate component for it. So underneath the heading text component, let's add a div. And inside of that div, we'll add a p tag. And with this p tag, tell you what, I'm actually going to copy this because we have an emoji on it. All right. So basically what we have is just the p tag. And I need to fix that math. Completed. Oh, I got 1,000. There we go. I just copied this in because there's an emoji there and it's just simpler. But that is the completed. So now underneath the closing p tag, let's add another div. Inside of it, we'll have one more div that's going to hold the completed percentage rate. And just so you can see it, we'll add some style. And I know we need to style it a little more than this, but just bear with me. We'll set the width to the same thing that we did earlier with temporal literals, so we could pass in this JavaScript dynamically. This is going to be the completed rate. After it, what we got on screen. I know you can't see this. Ooh, sorry. Let's go class name, height of full. BG will be gradient to right from blue. 500. The cyan or cayenne 500. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. To green 500s. Rounded transition. Still not showing there on screen. That's okay. We'll continue to build it out. So we'll go outside of this div, p tag of message. And that is the message to let you know how you're doing. Let's bounce back because we're a little off. So let's style this first. We'll set the class name of this to background neutral 900. Okay. We'll go rounded large. Give it a little shadow. A padding of 6. Border. And we'll set the border to neutral. Neutral 700. Okay. Then inside of this div, this is where, well, I'm sorry, inside of, this is the wrong one. Hold on. Sorry. Let's add that there. There we go. Now inside of this p tag, let's style it. We'll set the text to small, which it should already be, but let's just confirm it. Text neutral 400 and give it a margin bottom of 2. There we go. The p tag is already in a good space. Now let's just style this div. We'll set the width to full, the height to 2, and the background will be neutral 800. We'll go rounded. Rounded. We can leave that. And margin bottom of 2. Perfect. And with that, I think we're good to go. And we know we hadn't logged anything in April or May. Let me have this redirect back to the home page, the link or the logo, excuse me. Go to logo, and it currently is a div. I'm just going to replace that with link. And if you go down 1 to next/link, it'll automatically import it for you. You know, we'll need to include a href. So we'll set that to be to the /home route. Now let's save this. Click on the logo, takes us back home. Tell you what, let's test something. Let's add a tracking for the month of March. And if we click on coding, it goes to that individual page. We got the ID, that's perfect. If we go to March, we see that the 2 days are indicated, or that we've completed this particular habit on those 2 days. We'll close this out. Let's add a new habit. We'll go final test. We should see the loading animation and a 1 second delay. There we go. We got the notification. We see the new habit. It defaulted to the week of March 30th. That's fine. Let's just log something from May just to see what it looks like. So we'll log something on my birthday, May 12th. Let's click on the final test. April, we don't see anything because we didn't log anything. But if we go to the month of May, we have 2 days logged and telling us that we need to bounce back. Let me check on the conditional rendering to make sure that is correct as well. And in list view, all of the days are highlighted with 100% complete. And if we click on coding now, we see we are 70% complete. So we're getting your building momentum. Okay, so perfect. I hope you enjoyed building this simple CRUD habit tracker application using local storage and the latest version of nextjs. In the next video that we build, we'll connect this to a convex database and maybe add a few more features. I intend to maybe go live maybe tomorrow or maybe later on this evening, just depending on what the day looks like. But otherwise, hope you enjoyed this one. If you did, feel free to give me a like. Please consider subscribing, share the content, and I'll see you in the next video.